Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of some Steam Workshop content for the Talos principle. Today I'm going to begin Outfall. There's not really anything to recap because we're beginning a new playthrough. Last stream I finished Renamo 2, so that's where we're at. Also, it is lovely to see you again, Admiral. And thank you for your compliments regarding Renamo 2. I personally found it a bit more challenging than I'd like to. There was that one particular puzzle, what was it? The Gehenical beam trick that took me 2.5 hours to figure out. But yeah, I appreciate the support. Yes, I want to start from the beginning. Oh yeah, that's the hardest one by far. Initializing firmware. Firmware functional. System check. Passed. Deleting child process. Error. Programs of such type cannot be deleted. Moving to storage. Storage is full. Warning. File Shepherd V82 blah blah blah. Missed the end of that. I did get the stars. Ooh. I wonder if this is supposed to be set just after the end of the Gehenna DLC. So this is the real world. Could be wrong. What was I thinking? Gehenical beam trick. Yeah, the thing about the Gehenical beam trick was it was actually quite straightforward once you've realised the trick, as it were. And if you don't realise, and I don't think it's a massively obvious thing to do, because you end up, I don't want to, well, I suppose you know the solution. The connecting up to a destination point that the beam cannot reach, I would say is non-obvious. In retrospect, it's sort of obvious, but like, it took me so long to think of that. Much longer than it probably should have done. Anywho, I haven't seen one of these for a long time. I don't think we were doing much stuff on... Yeah, the last time we were interacting with computers would have been when we were doing the Gehenna DLC about 3 months ago. No options available. Okay, wonderful. Well, I guess we'll start here. What do my notes say? Outfall. Apparently there's 16 sigils plus 1. Your guess as to what that means is as good as mine. But that's what the developer listed. 16 plus 1 sigils. And there's 8 stars. So given that there appears to only be 3 areas, is that right? Oh, there's this area over here. So maybe 4? Interesting. Well, what I was going to say is I assume the sigils and the stars aren't evenly distributed, if that's correct. By the way, using the alternative use button for connectors. I don't think so. I seem to remember reading something about that in connection to... Hold on, how do I... Controller. I seem to remember reading something about that in connection to the Rebirth mod. The Rebirth mod I couldn't get working. I've looked into it some more. I think I may have said this on stream already. I looked into it some more. It looks like it might be possible to get it working if I downgrade the game. So my current thinking is that I will finish the remaining 2 mods that I have installed and intended to do, that being Outfall and Sanctuary, and then I will try to set up Rebirth and see if I can get it working. But yes, in answer to your question, I don't appear to, no. Does that show up under mouse? No, don't. Oh, alternate use. Oh, it's right click. Okay. So what about under controller? Oh, but I could set up custom. Okay, so if I chose standard A and then went to custom, would it remember? No, it wouldn't. Okay. So long story short, if that becomes necessary, I may have to rebind the controls at some point, but I won't do that now. Yes, it's right mouse button, but I'm using a controller. Interesting. Oh, that's one of the teleporters. We haven't seen one of them since... Yeah, it would be since Gehenna, I think. I mean, it'd be rude not to. There we go. Oh, good. We're loaded. Wow. Excuse me? I have no idea what that symbol is supposed to mean. But there are apparently 3 stars around here. Okay. Well, I can't help but notice that there's only... No, that does add up, doesn't it? If there's 5 or 6 sigils in this area, and there's supposedly 16 plus 1 sigils in total, then that symbol could be a sigil. Doesn't mean it is, but it could be. Access denied. Okay. I'm not allowed in. Interesting. That's a strange place for a star to be. I can't crouch, can I? I don't think there's a crouch. No. That is very mysterious. On the face of it, that sigil, sorry, that star should be impossible to get to. I mean, obviously it isn't, but... Odd. I mean, unless we somehow raise the bridge or lower the ground. Wow. This is really very beautiful. I mean, the Renamo puzzles were good as puzzles. On the whole. In general, I was very impressed with them. But we didn't get beautiful, beautiful views like this. So just doing a bit more of a perimeter check. And then I suppose I'll try and enter another puzzle and see if I can get in. Outfall is such a nice looking map. It is. Ooh. We found another one. That reminds you? You have me a good chuckle right when you began Renamo 1. Very, very bright grass. It was. I've never seen such bright grass in my life. Yep. I think that was the first thing I said. I suppose that's how you know you're in a simulation. They haven't balanced the colours correctly. Huh, that's interesting. Pretty sure I can't go out that far without exploding. But something's sticking out of the water there. I don't think I've missed anything. No, I don't think I've missed anything. So we may as well... We haven't seen any QR codes yet, actually, now I think about it. What was I thinking? We may as well get into it. I will actually give this building one quick... That's interesting. It looks like it used to be a house or possibly a farm building. But then it's got quite a substantial courtyard. Anywho, crosswalk. Okay. So we have a red source, a blue source. Red and blue. Destination points. Okay. So I think this is going to bring one force field down and bring another up? No, that's not what that does. Because I was looking at where the blue was going. Why did the blue not bring this generator down? I was anticipating it would bring this force field generator down and bring that one up. Interesting. I mean, the only other thing I could try is connecting them both up. I'm not really in a position to do anything else. Okay, that did what I was expecting just the blue to do. So would I be right in assuming if I remove either of these? Yeah. Okay, right off the bat we've got an interesting puzzle. Since it appears as though I need to get here and then disrupt them remotely or something? Since I can't walk through this force field unless there's a connection on both sides, but equally... having got into this little area here, I don't have access to anything new that I can interact with. All that's changed is I now have another connector. Actually I'll leave that there. How far would I get? I would not get to the very end if I did that. I would obtain access to one additional connector though. and that doesn't appear to have done anything useful. I still can't quite work out what the logic is here. Like, I understand that this one appears to be anding the red and the blue, and if they're both on, then the force field is off. But, for example, the red and the blue both go through this force field, and that's not how this one's behaving. In fact, this one behaves a bit oddly. If I remove the red, it goes down, which might lead you to conclude that it's... if either red or blue is connected, then this one will be... sorry, if none or only one of red or blue are connected, then that will be down. Oh, maybe that is it. Oh, okay. So that wasn't completely useless then. Is there any way I can tell, though, which way round it's going to be? The fact that this one appears to be... well, the force field is on if not both the red and the blue are connected, so it's effectively a NAND. Whereas this one appears to be an AND. I don't see any way I could tell that just by looking. Which makes it harder to reason further down. Alright. I mean, obviously I could do something like that. But wouldn't I just trap myself if I did that? I'd have no way to get back. Unless I did it on this side, in which case it should alternate, I think. No, it wouldn't alternate, but I could always pull this. Of course, that's not going to work. Okay. So, just to verify, would I be right in thinking that if I remove both of these, then both of the far force fields are down? No, they're not. Okay, how do I bring that far force field down? I mean, there's only 4 configurations. Either we have none, we have just blue, just red, or we have red and blue. Ah, just red, I think. Just red, weirdly. Okay. So maybe the next thing I should do is grab this connector so I have access to it. So I've disrupted blue there. I don't really have a way to disrupt red, do I? How would I do that? Ah, I think I see. I'd have to put one here, I think. And then I could try something... No, that wouldn't quite work, would it? No, that wouldn't work. Oh, it does cause it to alternate. Which is actually quite useful. Yes. That was actually really quite useful. So I now need to bring down that one, I think. Yes, and pulling the red does that. Wait, no, pulling the red can't do that because I was just disrupting red then, and that didn't work. Let me look again. Yeah, I must have been looking at the wrong force field. So pulling the red should not work. Okay. Really? Was it that one that I got up to? I didn't think I'd made it that far down. Oh, maybe. Alright. Now what? I'd want to disrupt the blue. No, that doesn't help. So, therefore, I must need to turn both of these off. Am I going mad? Is that not the same one? Hello, Sprocket. It's lovely to meet you. And I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. Just might take me a while. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. That's the third one down. Third one down still is up. So that's... Wait, but... Right, I need to have just red. That's how I get past. That's what I was missing. I wonder... if I could set this up in some way... so that it kept alternating between red and blue, whether I could then walk the whole way through. So I can currently... Hold up, I didn't want that one, did I? There we go. So if I did something like that... Oh, that's disrupting the blue, not the red. Oh, then I must have been wrong in my deduction just now. Is this C? If so, you must be a little ahead of me. Show me how to win. No, this is Area A. This is modded, though. This is playing in a mod called Outfall. I'm just thinking, how would I do this? So, did I actually work out how to disrupt the... No, I didn't figure out how to disrupt the red, but I know what would do it. I can disrupt red with red, like so. So if I then connected that up... that brings the red down, which lets me get a lot further. Okay. So what would that do? That That does effectively the same thing. This one might be a bit counterintuitive. I can give you a tip if you want. Not quite yet, but I do appreciate the offer, and I may take you up on that offer shortly. Since there's no state that the... Since there's no state where all the force fields are down, or even all the force fields apart from this one is down, I'm assuming I am going to need to do some alternating. It's just a question of how to set it up. Personally, I blame the games developers. So the reason... Hold on. So if I put that back, the reason this worked is because it's only disrupting the blue beam here if it can draw blue. The reason that failed when I had the red coming to this point is because a red laser was coming out of this connector when it was connected up over here, and that red laser would pull the... It would obviously... It would intersect and stop the red laser from getting that far, but that would then bring the force field up, which wouldn't stop the breakage over here. It wouldn't stop this. It wouldn't stop the laser that was being drawn from here to over here to stop, because we weren't drawing the laser through the force field. Oh, thank you, Jenny, and have a wonderful night. So I guess what I'm saying is, if I wanted to have the red laser alternate, I would also need to be doing it in a way which draws power through the force field. If I put this, say, here, would it be slightly elevated? I think it is, but not usefully, because all of it's on a slope. So this one never disrupts the red, because once the blue's been disrupted, the force field comes up, and so the beam can never make it that far. See, the sort of situation I'd like to set up is... Actually, I'm going to need to go for at least 3 states, aren't I? No, that's not true. It only needs to have a perfect connection here, that is to the blue and to the red, long enough for me to get to this point. I think after then, if I could alternate it between just blue and just red, I could probably make it through. I haven't actually proven that by checking every force field generator and then moving these about, but I suspect that's the case. How would I do that then? I suppose I'd need to set up a situation whereby by default one of the beams is blocked, but then it's no longer blocked. It's no longer blocked when the force field's up. But that in turn blocks the other one. How would I do that? Maybe... I hope I'm not about to lock myself out. I think I have. Yeah, that's not gonna work because I can't get the setup. Goodness me, a hard one straight off the bat. I suppose alternatively, actually, as long as I could get an angle on these. Oh wait, did that not bring down the force field here? It does. Wait, that only stops the blue. Did I ever figure out how to stop the red? I didn't. So what I'm thinking is, rather than having it alternating, I suppose in principle I could do it all manually, as long as I could get an angle on it. But for that to work... That was it, wasn't it? I had to set that up like so. So if I want the blue to go down, then I do that. No, that does the red as well. That's suboptimal. No, if I want the blue to go down, I do that. And then if I want the red to go down, I do that. That works. That was it. Right, that's no help. So presumably I need to bring the red down? My concern is, am I going to have an angle once I'm all the way over there? Because I'm not... Oh, I can select them through the fence. Okay. For a moment there it seemed like the targeting wasn't working properly through the fence, but I think it is. Right, that wasn't it, so it must have been... that. Right. Good. We may have a problem now. Nope. It's that brings the red down. That brings the blue down. And we're round. Export files. Sorry, stroke export files. Accessing corrupted files. Begin download? Yes. Downloading. That's very interesting. If you end up getting it, my solution was completely different. That is interesting. Showed 2 files. Wait, what sort of list command is that? Please list the files in the directory. Oh, there's 2 of them. T-ship.doc. Is that going to be Theseus's ship? The idea that that's the old idea from Greek philosophy, isn't it? Where supposing somebody had a ship, and then you had to replace parts over many years, and every part was replaced, it's the same ship. And then someone might say, yes, it's the same ship, because you change the parts gradually. And then you say, well, okay, imagine if every time you changed a part of the ship, you kept the old version, and then many years later, after every component of the ship had been completely changed, you got all the old components, repaired them up a bit, and then put them back together in their original configuration. How could it be the same? Surely that is the same ship as the original ship, in which case how can you still think that the old ship was the same, the other ship was still the same ship, because now you have 2 ships. Let's see if that... Oh no! I've got to get my ASCII table out again. Okay, we can do this. I actually had 4 connectors set up outside. Oh, interesting. Did you manage to set up an alternating system? So, give me a moment. I actually hadn't anticipated that I would have to do some ASCII stuff this stream, so I don't have it already set up like I probably should have done. Exactly. Well done. That was the sort of setup I was thinking about, but I obviously wasn't clever enough to figure out how to do that. Just a moment. That's odd. Why isn't that showing up? There it is. Right, sorry about that. Right, excellent. Better get transliterating. Whew. Right, is this the top of the document? Yes. I wonder if I can read it well enough. No, I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna have to bring this table up on the monitor I'm playing the game on, just so it's large enough for me to see clearly. Unfortunately, that does mean no music for you. Right. T. H. E. Space. S. H. Is that going to be IP by any chance? Yep. The ship. Space. W. H. E R E I? No, so, is that right? That is right. N. Oh, we're in. The ship we're in. Space. THE S E U The ship we're in, Theseus. Yeah, that's on me. That should have been a capital T at the start. The ship we're in, Theseus. A N D space T H E space R E T U R Hold on, I've lost my place. I think I made a mistake. Hold on. The ship we're in, Theseus and thee. I definitely got that far correctly. It should have been Y. I think what I might start doing is denoting wherever there's a new line, so it's easier for me to find my place when I lose it. Sorry, so it should have been Y-O-U Y-O-U-T R I must have made a mistake. How could it be H after that? Oh, Y-O-U-T-H, I think, not R. Is that right? That is right. So, the ship wherein Theseus and the youth, space, of, space, actually I'll tell you what, if I move this over to my other monitor, yeah, it still seems to render alright for you, and there, you can have some music. And I can actually use the cursor to help me find my position. Yeah, that's much more sensible, isn't it? So was of, that must be of. Capital A. T. I suppose some of you are in horror now that you've realised how little progress I've made through this. A-T-H-E. N. S. Space. Athens. Do you know what? It might actually be quicker for me to write a program to translate this and then enter the characters manually. Because I'm just looking at how much there is here. I don't even remember the base game being having text quite this long. I realise this may be a little unorthodox, but just bear with me a second. This shouldn't take long. I just had a thought. I automatically went for my other little computer to do this, but actually I have the machine I'm streaming on set up to show terminals. I could actually write it and you could watch. Let's try that then. I'll move this back. And I'll make sure where should I put this? I'll just make a directory called scripts, I guess. And we'll call it that. I do have Python 3 on here, surely. Yeah, I do. Right, and now if we transition... Right, you should be able to see now. So, this isn't going to be the best programming you've seen in your life. This is just going to be a very short little script. Just to get this one job done. So... Right. How do I convert a string to a number in Python? Oh, I can just cast it to an int. Well, I say cast it. I can just convert it to an int directly, can I? Okay, in which case we'll do tokens equals a string dot split, and we'll split on spaces, and then we'll do try a token, no, a number equals int. I should have had the while loop there. No. For a token in tokens, there we go. Try a number equals int. A token. If I haven't said it already, the game designers are evil. Well, it's the mod designer in this case. I didn't mind too much doing the whole transliterating by hand in the base game. That's why I had that table there ready, the one that I brought up a moment ago, because that's what I was using when we were playing the base game like 3 months ago. But I mean, I just do not remember seeing a wall of ASCII that big in the base game. Perhaps I've just forgotten. And then we do... Right, how do I turn a number back into a character? I mean, obviously I'd have to give it the encoding, but what's the function to do that? Is it... That's odd. Why do I not have to specify the encoding? Maybe it just assumes it's going to be a Unicode code point? That would make sense. A character equals... that'll do. No, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do answer equals and then an empty list. Then we'll do answer plus equals. Again, you would do this differently if this was going to be a serious program, because you would want to distinguish, for example, between exceptions generated during this stage and this stage. But I'm just doing this relatively quickly to get it done. So what is it? It's try. Is it except in Python? I feel like it's not. Oh, maybe it is. Is it? I felt like in Python it was a different... Is it except or catch? I don't recall either. This is where modded content goes wrong. Sometimes they try to imitate stuff and get it wrong. Oh, it is accept, I think. It is accept. I was right the first time. Accept. And what are we going to add? Hold on. Actually, can I just append to a string? I probably can. So we'll do that. What character are we going to append if we don't know? I'll tell you, it doesn't have to be a character. It could be a string. So we'll just use that. So technically speaking, you could have that sequence of 4 characters encoded in ASCII up there, and we wouldn't be able to distinguish it from that which I have just written here. But the likelihood is very slim. Right. What else do we need to do? I suppose we want to print the answer. In fact, let's not call it answer, because we're not actually returning it, are we? We'll call it message. Print message. I'm going to need a way to break out of this. So what I'll do is I'll say if a string equals begins with quit, or a string dot begins with, I think it's begins with, might be starts with, it probably is starts with, isn't it? Starts with, I'll check in a moment, starts with exit keep going equals false, else. Then we do all this, and I think that's our entire program. Right, so no guarantee this runs first time, because again, I developed this very quickly and wasn't very thorough. Exit. Quit. Okie doke. So just to test this, let's put a few characters in. That didn't work, did it? Why did that not work? Why didn't that work? For debugging purposes, just print the number that you've received. Right, you've got it right that far. So where did I go wrong? Oh, of course. Yeah, I was wiping it. I was wiping the message every time we were looping through another character, which obviously isn't what we want to do. So that makes sense. Like I say, this isn't a showcase of the best programming. Okay, why is that not working? It thinks 54 is... I know why it's not working, because the int function doesn't realise the base is supposed to be 64. Okay, so I need to know in Python how to convert hexadecimal to integer. And it's probably just an optional parameter to int. Yeah. Apparently I can just add 16 there and it should work. Excellent. Right. Now you just have to bear with me copying all this out. Maybe I'll do one line at a time, or will I? Yeah, I'll do one line at a time. So, the ship we're in. Shame we can't have music while I'm doing this, but it is what it is. Theseus and... I must have made a mistake there, I'm sure. I did. I did 73 when I meant 74. So yeah, that would have been the youth. So we were right that far at least. Let me move this to the other monitor. Right. So... what was I? 74, 68, 65, 6E, 2072, 65. The Youth of Athens Re. I'm also copying this out into my notes. 74, 75, 72, 6E, 65, 64, 20, 68, 61, 64. Wait. Nearly skipped a line there. Returned had 30. So far we're up to the ship wherein Theseus and the youth of Athens returned had 30. Let's see. I keep losing my place. Just a ball of asking, not the nicest thing. Ors and was pr. Wait, have I gone wrong? Yes, that should have been 76. Preserved by the at. Right, 68, 65, 6E. I'm going to use my mouse to hold my the mouse cursor to help hold my place so I don't forget. Athenians. Looks like I made a mistake. So I was at Athenians space, and it should be the letter after the space. Down even. It should have been a D, not an E. And was preserved by the Athenians down even. We're about a quarter of the way through, in case you're wondering. I think this is still a lot quicker than if I had done it all by hand, though. Oh no, wait. I made a mistake there, I think. To the time of duh. What have we got? 697573. Six one six C 6572 6575. Oops, that should have been 75. Demetrius. Faleru? Oh, I think it continues. F7274. Falarius? Emeritus Falarius, I think. For the old plan. I hope I don't have to do this transliterating every time we complete a puzzle. I don't mind it as a one-off, but this could get very frustrating. Wait, did I accidentally start copying from the line above by any chance? There's not enough characters there. I must have made a mistake somehow. Oh no, the previous line has too many characters. Oh, the previous line I must have accidentally skipped to the next line. Wonderful. Okay. Oh, so it should have been for they took. And then it's away the old plan. Okie doke. So now we're down to here. So we're about halfway through. Oh, the old planks. As they... I think I may have made a mistake there. Yes, I did make a mistake. I think I put a 7-3 when I meant a 6-3, which would be a C, so that would be decay. But there's an extra E on the end. Oh, and then it's followed by D, decayed. And then I think it's a comma. So 6-4. 2C, 2O, 7O, 75, 74, 74, 69, 6E, 7, sorry, 67, 65, 72, 20, 74, 69, 6D, decayed. I've made a mistake. I still made a mistake, but I think it's clear that's supposed to be putting in new. Putting in new. And stronger Tim. That's probably going to be timber. in their That's going to be in their place. Six five 2C 20 69 6E 7 3 etc. Place insomuch that about 2/3 of the way there now. This ship, and then I clearly made a mistake. Oh, I think I made the classic mistake of jumping down a line accidentally. So I was right up till there. 62, 65, 63, 61, 60, 65. Became A. Yeah, I missed out 6E, which is presumably N. A standing example. Among the philo. Presumably that's going to be philosophers. philosopher's question. How do I manage that? I reckon on the previous line, I must have skipped down. Yes, it should have been example among the philosophers for the... And I'm guessing that should have been... logical question. Right, getting somewhere. Nearly done. Of things... looks like I made a minor mistake again. Yes, that gr. Six F 7 7 3B. Grow, semicolon. One side hold. holding that the ship remained the ship. Hello, Grixis. It's lovely to see you. If you'll bear with me a moment, I'm just doing an obnoxious amount of transliteration from hexadecimal codes to... from a hexadecimal codes representing ASCII to actual text. Where was I? 652. Must have gone wrong there somewhere. 2C 642074 6865. Hold on, how did I manage that? Did I make a mistake right towards the end? I reckon I probably did. I think that should have been the ship remained the same. And the other E74. We are right near the end of this, incidentally. End of this great block of hexadecimal. Contending that I'm doing the last two lines now. It was not the same. Okay, so from the top. The ship wherein Theseus and the youth of Athens returned had 30 oars, and was preserved by the Athenians down even to the time of Demetrius Phalereus. For they... took away, sorry, that's on me. For they took away the old planks as they decayed, putting in new and stronger timber in their place. Insomuch that the ship became a standing example among the philosophers. For the logical question of things that grow, One side holding that the ship remained the same and the other contending that it was not the same. So that's what that said. I think in future I won't be bothering to do that. If it's got that much hexadecimal, it's just not worth the effort. Still, we got there. Interesting picture. Yes, it's quite a famous philosophical concept. Open external program. Loading Milton Library Assistant. Warning, no MLA drivers are found in functest.wld session. Only common options available, waiting for reboot. Memory dump. Output, account name, do not listen to Elohim. Input, stroke banish. Output, I can afford to lose my memory. I hope that I can come to all the same conclusions in the fullness of time. Deleting 1.34548 petabytes of corrupted library resources. Files deleted. Dump file created. Reverting MLA software to 1.0 done. Preparing to uninstall MLA software done. Interesting. Wait, did I actually get anything from that? I didn't pick up a sigil. Oh, but it has crossed something off. Whatever those symbols represent. Let's keep going. One switch to rule them all. We have a recorder and a connector. Interesting. Because of the purple field here, there's not very far I can move this. What does this do? I had a suspicion. What does that thing do? That does indeed answer that question. I'm guessing this is one of those purple fields which won't stop the recording? Doesn't seem to. So if I build up a bit of time and then I begin playback, wait for my power self to arrive. Right, excellent. I don't yet have a... Oh wait, hold on. Is this toggleable? Ooh, okay, that's interesting. What do I do with this then? Oh. I suppose I just pulled the jammer out of there. Okay. Let's try that again. Now we have a slightly better idea of what we're doing. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Ah, that's convenient. Ah, I see the problem here. I picked that one up and Yes. Hmm. 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 Oops, didn't mean to do that either. Right. No! No! It came round the corner much more quickly than I expected it to. Trying to think if there's a more clever way of doing this. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Oh. Well, I mean, that was just a serendipitous accident. I hadn't quite realised that when I toggle that switch, it also toggles the, this force field here. I was only aware of it doing this one. Well, isn't it wonderful the way things just work themselves out? I think it's because it hit a wall that shows up after you turn the switch off. Yes, that makes sense. That would be the force field here. Okie dokie. So presumably I need a duplicate? I guess so. That'd be the easiest way to do this. Yes, yes, I do follow. The comment being about how it came back so quickly. The same reason it ended up destroying that turret when I wasn't expecting to is also the reason why it came back round the corner so quickly, because I wasn't fully aware of how this force field generator was interacting with the switch. Accessing corrupted files. Begin download, yes. List. Show two files, the truth.img. I don't have a QR reader. I have no idea what that says. Realzombies.txt. Descartes held that non-human animals are automata. Their behaviour is wholly explicable in terms of physical mechanisms, but human behaviour could not be explained in that way. Exploring the idea of a machine that would look and behave like a human being, he thought two things would unmask it. It could not use language creatively, and it could not produce appropriate non-verbal behaviour in arbitrary various situations. For him, therefore, no machine could behave like a human being. Knowing only 17th century technology, he concluded that to explain distinctively human behaviour required something beyond the physical, an immaterial mind, interacting with processes in the brain and the rest of the body. If he is right, there could not be a world physically like the actual world but lacking such minds. Human bodies would not work properly. If we suddenly lost our minds, our bodies might continue to run on for a while, our hearts might continue to beat, we might breathe while asleep and digest food. We might even walk or sing in a mindless sort of way, but without the contribution made by minds, behaviour could not show characteristically human features. So although Descartes did everything short of spelling out the idea of zombies, the question of their possibility did not arise for him. Well, it sounds to me that in the philosophical zombie sense, he did think of it. The possibility... it depends what you mean by the question of their possibility did not arise for him. He didn't consider them... No, I mean, he did consider them possible in so much as he thought about them as a thought experiment. What would a being like that be like? I think he was just lacking the modern vocabulary for the term, by the sounds of it. Loading Milton Library Assistant 1.2.999, etc. We have much the same as we had before. Account name, do not listen to Elohim. Banish. I can afford to lose my memory. I hope that I can come to all the same conclusions in the fullness of time. Yeah, that looks more or less the same. Okie doke, on to the next one. That's the one I've just done. Traffic lights. Interesting. Now, I wonder what the point of this fan is. What's that noise? Oh, is that me bashing against... I think that was me bashing against a force field. I think when I get pushed into the force field, I somehow end up just slightly closer than I would normally be able to get, and so that it constantly triggers the force field's rebounding noise. Yes, seems like it. Ah, that's an interesting little gameplay quirk I didn't know about. Okay. So what has that done, if anything? Nothing I can discern. Are there wires coming off of it to indicate where it goes? No. Interesting. So I'm trying to get here then. I mean, I could take this. I'm not sure why though. This is indeed a weird puzzle. I wonder. I don't suppose this does the force field that I've just jammed. No, it doesn't. I take it objects will be taken off me. Yes. Even if I'm not going through the force field under my own momentum. My own force. I take it nothing special happens if I jam any of these force fields? Doesn't seem like it. Right, there's two force fields there. And it swaps which one... Okay, it toggles them, it swaps them around. Okay, this is starting to make more sense now. So I just need to engineer a situation where we have an alternating signal. Well, that should be possible. But what's the point in the jammers? How do they factor into this? Because I can't set up a situation where a jammer is only turned on when there's a beam going to it or anything like that, because that's not how jammers work. I take it. I've never tried. I take it I can't send a signal to a jammer. No, I can't. So it's not like I could disable a jammer that way. I could probably jam a jammer. Or maybe not. No, apparently I can't. I can jam a connector, can't I? No, I can't. Interesting. So then the jammers must be something to do with the fact that it's only via the force fields that I could prevent a signal getting there. Why two connectors though? And what is the point of the fans? We never figured that out either. Ah. So I could move them slightly using the fan. I suppose, strictly speaking, I wouldn't need to set up an alternating signal, would I? A delayed signal would do. Yeah, if I could get in here and then have it swap, but swap slowly. Does the jammer stay activated if the fan moves it? It does. And I have thought about the fact that I could possibly change the force field that it's jamming. But as you can see, it barely moves at all. See, I was thinking, what if I did something like that, but then I engineered a situation where from over here I can cause this jammer to change which force field it's jamming. But so far no luck. I cheesed the heck out of this one. How long would this take to connect up? I do actually get a bit of time, don't I? Oops. Wait. That's the one that's jamming it. Yeah, that's nowhere near fast enough. But that might be the right sort of idea. I'm just trying to think, is there some way I could use another connector to add an additional delay? Thoughts on Outfall so far? Well, this is only my third Outfall puzzle. I wasn't impressed by all that ASCII I had to... Well, I didn't have to transliterate. I could have left it a mystery. But that didn't impress me. As for the puzzles, one of the puzzles was quite easy. The other two so far have looked like they're going to be quite difficult. It is very beautiful. I have to give it that. So I suppose I'd say I'm cautiously optimistic. Translating binary would have been fun. Not so sure about that one. Ooh. Can I? No, I can't. Or can I? No. I'm not allowed to, like, have this jammer jam a force field that's a long way off. What if you have it come around the side and connect it, then run out of the purple door quickly? You mean like this? I don't think I'd be able to do it in time, but we can try. Yeah, not quite quick enough. I think the whole puzzle is I need to add an additional delay somehow. Either that or find a way to have it alternating. Either would work. Oh, I got caught in that corner there. Oh dear. I feel like I wouldn't have made it there, but admittedly I did get stuck for a second there again. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I think I do need to add an additional delay somehow. Or make it alternating. The thing is, when I've managed to set up alternating circuits before, it's been because providing a laser to a destination point is causing a force field to change state. And then by making the laser that triggers the destination point then be blocked by the force field that changes state, when it changes state, that then allows you to set up an alternating circuit. But I don't have that sort of setup here. And I'm not aware of a way that I can use jammers to do anything interesting like that either. I wonder. Oh, that works. Maybe having 3 jammers isn't an accident. Maybe I can set something clever up. I'm sure there's a point to every item they give you. Yeah. So far it seems that no item has been a pointless distraction. That's a fair observation. Right, if this were to be possible with just jammers for me to be able to create some alternating force fields, I think I'd need to not only be able to cause a force field to be jammed when another force field goes down, but more importantly I'd need a force field to be jammed specifically when a force field goes up, I think. I cannot think of a way to do that. Although admittedly, maybe this is just how I create a longer delay. If, for example, that one... No, let's start on the other side. I think this might work. Okay, so supposing that brought that force field down. And then when that one's down... where's my other jammer? Here. That brings this one down. So now in theory, if I bring this one down... Yes, and you can see there's a slightly longer delay. So that one can go... What's the first one? It's that one, isn't it? No. It's that one. Yes. Then this one... can go here, maybe? Will this be activated if I'm looking at a force field when I go through the purple? No. That's not even the right one, is it? Oh! I think that might be doable. Maybe not. Ah, it's close, isn't it? Oh. Back that up a bit. I was trying to land on the fan and see if the fan would speed me up enough. Hey! We did it. Can you set a jammer down and jam a force field as you get pushed by the fan? Could have done, yeah. Geese02.txt. The barbarians were just climbing over the wall when an accidental clanking of their armour awoke the sacred geese which were kept in the capital. The startled fowl began cackling so loudly that they roused a Roman soldier named Manlius. As this man glanced towards the wall, he saw the tall form of a barbarian looming up against the sky. To spring forward and hurl the Gaul down headlong was but the work of a moment. The man in falling struck his companions, whose foothold was anything but secure, and all the Gauls rolled to the foot of the rock. As Manlius gave the alarm... to the foot of the rock... to the foot of the rock as Manlius gave the alarm. All hope of surpassing the capital was now at an end, so Brennus offered to leave Rome, on condition that the Senate would give him 1,000 pounds of gold. This was a heavy price to pay for a ruined city, but the Romans agreed to give it. Goodness. Using observations from satellites, instruments on the International Space Station, airplanes, balloons, ships and on land, ESC researchers collect data about the science of our planet's atmospheric motion and composition, land cover, land use and vegetation, ocean currents, temperatures and upper ocean life, and ice on land and sea. These datasets, which cover even the most remote areas of Earth, are freely and openly available to anyone. I must say, I don't think that was the intended solution to this puzzle, though. Still, we managed it. Right, there was another puzzle round here, I think, if I recall correctly. Down here. Signal disruptor. Interesting. So what does this do? Nothing that I can tell. Oh, did that do the top force field actually? No. Okie dokie. Ooh, don't mind if I do. That's a nice little touch, having the connectors have their own little cupboard. And there's more up here than I thought. Interesting. And a fan. Ooh. Then that's probably what this does. That probably enables the fan. And turns the... what am I thinking? And turns the force field off. Okie doke. Ah, is this... Yes, I can get... I thought for a moment there I could get a connector up here. It looked like I could. Yes, I can. And then presumably I can pick it up here. I can. Excellent. So I can connect that up. Oh, I can't. Can I not? Yes, I can. Okay. And then using that, I can connect this up. Which again doesn't seem to have done anything that I can tell. I'd thought its significance would become more apparent now that we had power to the red, but apparently it hasn't. What does this do? Ah! Is there a force field back there? Yes. Ah, it toggles it. Okay. So this is something that we either need to be able to manually adjust, or it needs to alternate. Okay. Would I be right in assuming then... how am I going to test this? That's a good question, actually. I'm thinking that when I pull the red, possibly that goes down. Right, and now that allows me to pull the red while I'm up here. So now that should be up. Is this down now? It is down. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, presumably when we have blue, this goes down? I'm trying to think how I could try to set up some sort of alternating system. I also haven't yet figured out the point of the fan. Perhaps just to prevent me from leaving stuff up there permanently? Can I get red onto the other side of this force field? I can. How far does the fan push a connector? Good question. Just a second. Oh wait, can I just climb up there? I can. Ah. Probably shouldn't have done that yet. There's a good chance it'll just push it straight off, but it's a good point. We should test that. It must have done. Yeah. So that's another way I could disrupt the... Hold on. Doesn't that mean I could just set the blue up here? Hold on. I should have turned that off. Right. Now, can I place it up? So the problem here is, how do I... I know. Perhaps I'm slightly overthinking this. Yes, let's try this slightly differently then. Let's have that there. That frees up another connector. Then this one. Ah, okay. Maybe that goes there then. This one here. Right, where would this connector end up? Nowhere useful. But I can change that. Like so. There we go. Let's see. Put that there, perhaps? Yeah, I think that'll work. I feel like I would have connected the blue one up top by looking at the targets from different angles. I forgot. There we go. The issue is blue there. Oh, that's right. I could have done. Oh well. May as well try this now. That didn't work. Oh, that's interesting. Perhaps the blue one's placement isn't reliable. Because that's a very different position to where it was before. I think it was different because if you recall, last time when the connector came down from on top, I deliberately placed the red connector, the connector I was using for the red, so that that connector would be in the way. That was part of my design. But then when it came down this time, it came over further to the left and didn't block the beam. Last time it wasn't blocking the beam to the connector, it was blocking the beam... Sorry. Last time it wasn't blocking the beam to the connector, it was blocking the beam from the connector to the target. Oh. Then that's my mistake. Let's try that again then. This definitely isn't reliable. There we go. Right, let's try that again. Right, that's come down there. Right, that is definitely blocking the beam from the source to the connector. Have you tried playing in third person, by the way? It's so helpful. I didn't even know that was possible. Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess I could try it. Wrong one. That's supposed to go to the blue. No, that's wrong, because I had the other connector there for that, didn't I? So it's supposed to connect... Ah, I see a problem. Interesting that it changes what I can select. Right, that should be correct. So it should come down, block the red, and then the blue should be connected up. So close. So clearly my approach wasn't going to work there. Alright, I have an idea. I don't know that this will work. But we might as well give it a go. Better for field of view, I guess. The third person mode. That's reasonable, isn't it? Why has that not worked? Oh, I see. Ah. Okay. Oops. Never mind. Oh, I did it again. Such a fool sometimes. Okay. Perhaps we need to rethink this a bit. So in theory, if I could have the red connected, the blue connected, then nothing connected, I think that would work. Is that right? No, maybe. What's up if nothing's connected? The near and 2 force fields, I think. Is that right? I'm just looking at these two right at the end. Are they both up? I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah, pretty sure they are. So if we connect up the red, what if anything does that do? Nothing, I don't think. Okay. Let's try connecting up blue. Blue takes the far one. Right. No. That one wasn't up before, so it is toggling. Blue toggles. So, yes, I stand by my original statement that it would be perfectly viable if we could set it up to have just red, just blue, and then nothing. I did see both up. I think there is 3 of them and one is toggled off by default. I feel like you're overcomplicating this one a bit. Like, I think you pretty much got it. Think of some of the last Gehenna puzzles you did. The ones with the silver sigils. That was 3 months ago. Oh, I'm sorry. My memory is just not that good. Ah, there, I can see the other generator that's down. Yeah, that's pretty conclusive. Okay, so I currently have a way of having it just red, and then it become just blue. What I don't have is a means to then have the blue turn off. How do you feel these puzzles are when compared to Myst puzzles? Very, very different. To be fair, Myst was a long series, and certainly its character changed over the series, but in general I felt like Myst puzzles tended to be quite simple once you knew what you were doing, and the overwhelming majority of it, of the task at your hand, was just to be observant and figure out what was going on. Whereas this is the exact opposite. What you're being asked to do is patently obvious, but there's a lot of logical deduction involved in actually figuring out how to accomplish it. What was the name of this one again? That might be a clue. Signal Disruptor. Not much of a clue, it just tells me that there's going to be a connection which is then broken, which I think we'd figured out already. Yes, there are a lot of hints for you to observe and understand through levels, even in the hub world of Myst 3 Exile. I still haven't done the latest Cyan game, have I? What was it called? Do you know what? I've forgotten the name. Was it Fundament or something? Firmament, I think. Yep, firmament. I'll have to do that sometime, and I intend to go back to abduction at some point and try and do an Iron Man playthrough which doesn't end in my character's death. Let me up. There we go. Wait, I didn't mean to do that, did I? Grab that. Put that there. Now we can judge the positioning. That might actually be... That's given me an idea. Maybe I actually want this to be super close to the red. If I want the blue one to... Hold on. I need to connect that up. Up top, don't I? If I want the blue one to actually be able to connect up the blue as well as get in the way of the red without the red signal blocking it. Right, wish me luck. Nope, sounds like that hasn't worked. Okie doke. Aww. What about that? Wait, don't forget to turn that off. Grab that. Set up the blue again. My concern is I'm not convinced this fan technique of moving the connectors is reliable enough for a solution like this to be reliable, but we'll see. Oh, closer. Now, if I do that... Why did that not work? Okay, I could just do it like this instead. Ah! To be fair, there probably is enough time for me to do this. Again, I'm not sure that's how they intended it to be solved, though. I can't help but wonder if there's some clever way that you can set up an alternating beam there. Still, it was a solution. Do not open virus.html. How could you manage to put a virus in an HTML file? Your browser would have to have tremendous security flaws for that to be possible. I'm gonna open it. What's the worst that could happen? Well, now we know. Oh, I'm now not able to interact with that terminal at all. An exe file would have made sense. It would have made sense. Oh. Wait. Did I accidentally activate it there, or is just standing close to it now a problem? Let me try again. Oh, I must have accidentally activated it. Fair enough. The third time wasn't intended. Well, I got to the end of it anyway. Bit of a shame I didn't get to fully explore that terminal. Ooh! Look what we have there. Out of curiosity... Okay, good. It hasn't spread to other terminals. How are we doing, actually, overall? I don't know how you'd get that. Neither do I. Neither do I. Right, there's one normal one left, and then there's this one here, which I feel like I'm probably going to need a jammer just to get into. How many stars were there? 3 stars. And I think we know about 2 of them? Yes, because there was one here, wasn't there? Under a bridge, which we're too tall to... Oh wow, actually when you're in third person mode, we're nowhere near as tall as I thought we were. But yeah, we are too tall to get under there. Is there no way to crouch? Well, that's what I've been wondering. I can't find a way to crouch. Let's check the full keyboard bindings. Nope. So this one's a bit of a mystery as well. Oh, is this one in the same? Is that puzzle this puzzle? So it should have a box and a connector. And that has a box and a connector. That's possible then, this could be the same one. If it's the same one, then again, it feels like I'm going to need to smuggle out a jammer somehow. Did this one have jammers? It did not, did it? You can't use the terminal? I can use the terminal in the sense of I can click on it, but all it tells me is that access is denied. Oh wait, this one has a jammer, doesn't it? I don't have an angle there though. I would have an angle from there though. Okay, I just need to solve this again. Okie dokie. That's right, even after completing the other puzzles. Right, I need to wait till it's about there. Oh, I probably waited too long then. Right. Excellent. Then I grab this. Yes, I think I see what the solution here is. In fact, this should be really quite easy. Right, that needs to be turned around so it's looking this way. Yes, I think I see. I'll walk over here, wait for my future self to get here, turn this around, wait here shortly, and my future self just walks off with the jammer. Good. And then I should be able to jam over there. Excellent. Progress. Yes, if I come here it just says access denied. Oh yeah, jammers can work over immense distances. As can connectors. But I'm guessing that is the same puzzle as this one. Could be wrong. Flashback. Interesting that I can climb out of here with a ladder. That's presumably because if I die in here, the entire level would reset, which would include the gemmer that's letting me in and out of here. So they presumably put a ladder there so that I have a way out, even if I perish. Interesting. This looks suspiciously like a missile silo, doesn't it? Okay. I'm guessing I start here then. Okay. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but a box is great, I suppose. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it. Interesting. Wait. No, that wouldn't work. I was just thinking this one could in theory... Yeah, that wouldn't work. Never mind. Curious. Ah, I wonder. Is it the case that I can grab things from the other side like this? No, it is not. I could probably get up on here, and from there, I could get up on here. Game. That was weird. I wasn't controlling my character there. They just started moving of their own accord. I'm not pressing anything. That is weird. Well, this fence is possessed or something. Yep, something wrong with that fence. What else could we try? Ah! Maybe it's a surface you can't really stand on, and you just slide down? Now where is Grixis? I can't stand on there either. I can go over. So here's my concern. If I take the... Wait. No. Fair enough. So here's my thinking. If I take the connector and I jump over here, I'm not going to have access to a source because this force field will be back up. So I'll have only succeeded in trapping myself. I might be able to get over here. That was interesting. Did I just hit an invisible wall? It seemed like I did. I definitely hit an invisible wall there, didn't I? Which means the fact that I can go over here even more curious. Hold on. Could I be... No, that wouldn't work. Huh. I must admit, I'm a little short of ideas. Yeah, that just doesn't want to cooperate, does it? Oh, could it have been designed so that I could jump? Ah, okay. So they probably weren't... The prompts that are here are for going over the fence. They probably weren't thinking in terms of my actually standing on the fence. Which is probably part of the reason why it's so strange. Alright. Still not clear on how I proceed from here, though. Yeah, that goes down instantly, doesn't it? Ah, maybe. That'll probably do it. Yes, with the aid of the box, the connector should be able to make it over that fence without being I can't think of the word. Without breaking. Hey! Wonderful. Right, for the moment, let's hoard these out here. Well, Although I've got a feeling we may actually be using them on the inside. Right, that's the blue source. This is important because we're going to need that to get into the end area where the terminal is. Alright. Good. Although I possibly don't want that quite... There we go. I need a little bit of space to let a blue beam pass. Right, the problem I now have is I need one more connector, really. One more connector that I don't have. Oh, I see. No, that does make sense. I was probably supposed to do that instead. And then this becomes free. Yeah, that makes sense. And this one's technically free as well. So we can then have it connected up like so. I thought they were going to intercept there. It's interesting that they didn't. Oh, I see, because this one's slightly... Yeah, I think it's because the connectors are slightly lower down than the destination points they're connecting to. So this laser is on a slope, and this laser's on a slope, but because this one's travelling a much smaller distance, its gradient is steeper. Therefore, at the point where they might intercept, they don't. Right, so this should be free now. Good. In theory, this is 3 as well. Free, I mean. Okay. Only slight problem I see is I didn't place the blue in a very convenient position. So let's see if I can do anything about that. Indeed I can. Good. I think we're about done. I think if I just try and connect that up, this will work. Huzzah! Right, let's have a quick list. Nothing here that seems too dubious. Perhaps packed.txt. Perhaps if I open that, suddenly I've deemed as accepting some agreement with a demon or something. We'll have to see. nflt.doc. The no free lunch theorems are a set of mathematical proofs and general framework that explores the connection between general purpose algorithms that are considered black box and the problems they solve. NFLT state that any algorithm that searches for an optimal cost or fitness solution is not universally superior to any other algorithm. This is due to the huge potential problem space for the application of the general purpose algorithm. If an algorithm is particularly adept at solving one class of problem, then it has to perform worse than the remaining average of problems. That's interesting. I wonder if that's real. That is interesting. Right. Let's quickly bring up the little program we wrote, and we'll find out what the ASCII is saying as well. This won't take anything like as long as it did last time, because there's comparatively so little of it. Where were we? 666974 6E 65 737320 7375 7266. 757266 616365 6520 7468 61 7420 636F 6D 65 7320 7779. I did 69, didn't I? 79. What was that? We were on 77. Oh, it was 69. 69 74 68 20 6974. And the fitness, something that I've done wrong, that comes with it. Hold on. So it would have been the word I got wrong. That must be it. That must be with. That must be comes. That must be with. So this is the one I got wrong. So 7375. 7266 61 6365 surface, and the fitness surface that comes with it. So if an algorithm is particularly adept at solving one class of problem and the fitness surface that comes with it, then it has to perform worse than the remaining average of problems. That's what it says. And pact.txt. The notion of a formal pact with the D-E... L... Wait. No, I did that wrong. V... D-E-V-I-L. Devil. The notion of a formal pact with the devil appears for the first time in the 5th century in the writings of Saint Jerome. This father of the church tells of a young man who went to a wizard so as to obtain the favours of a beautiful woman. As pay for his services, the wizard forced the young man to renounce in writing his faith in God. In the 6th century, we also see this type of pact in the legend of Theophilus, who agrees to be a servant of the devil and signs a formal pact. This legend was widespread in Europe during the Middle Ages. Interesting. Okie dokie then. Right, we've still got some stars to collect. Goodness knows how we're going to manage that. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Unless there were like a secret fan or something like that that I didn't know about. Surely the only way we'd manage it is by climbing. But even from the best angle, that's quite high. I mean, what, we'd need about 3 boxes to get up there? I take it there isn't a fan I'm not aware of. No fans over here? Interesting that no star is listed on that sign. Even though we can plainly see a star up there. Does that mean that's not the way... That's not the puzzle from which we get to that star? No, they aren't listing stars on any of the more direct signs, as opposed to the more general signs here. Oh, yep, that is indeed all the puzzles done though, so I was right. That is the same puzzle as that one. There's not a star via this way, is there? Not that I see. Ooh. Oh. Never mind. I must say, they've done a good job of... They've done a good job of placing the stars in so much as... At least 2 of them are extremely visible. But... how to get to them is a real problem. As opposed to, say, hiding them in places you wouldn't think to look. I do wonder where that final star is, though. There should be one more. Wait. Did I see something off in the distance? What's that? Is that a star, or is that just a bit of light reflecting off a corner? I think that was just a bit of light reflecting off a corner. Yeah. Oh well. Any thoughts, chat? I don't really have any ideas. For the star up here, I've tried searching the vicinity for hidden fans, that sort of thing, and unsurprisingly didn't come up with anything. I've also conjectured about having to use a lot of boxes to climb up there or something, but that doesn't seem very likely. As for the one down here, I have no idea. Since it would seem to require my character to become shorter, which I don't think I can do. Admittedly, this star does have the advantage that, in theory, I could use the recorder to have a duplicate of myself. For what that's worth. If I recall, the one under the bridge is actually the easiest one. Okay. That's a good little hint. Am I fractionally shorter after a jump? That would be silly. Yeah, that's not working. Quite right too. I guess I could explore in a straight line. Either side of that bridge segment. The very first thing you did when you began exploring was the shore, right? You went by a statue. Go there again. Okie dokie. That can be arranged. I don't remember where it was, incidentally, but I can certainly explore the shoreline again. It was at the other side. Well, we'll get there eventually. Of course, I'm not sure if by the other side you mean the other side of this island or the other island, but either way. Oh, that might be what you mean. Maybe. Possibly. Up, down, up, down. Yeah, I never explored this shoreline on this island. So that'll be why. But thank you for the tip. Now, up, down could be referring to jumping, or it could be referring to going backwards and forwards. Up, down, up, down, up. Up, down, up, down. Or it could have meant do that by the statue, of course. It starts with up, doesn't it? Yeah, up, down, up, down. Unless I'm supposed to read it this way round. Which actually would be the way the statue would be looking at it, wouldn't it? But then you'd get the star first, which doesn't make sense, assuming you're reading left to right, which, given that this was a given that this is a Western game, that probably was the intention. So it probably is supposed to be up, down, up, down. Think of it as a map. Well, that was a guess and a half. Goodness me. Disorienting too. It was a little weird. Oh, is this... No, this hasn't reset everything, has it? No, that was the state it was in when I left it. Also, remember you noticed something by the sea and was like, no way, I can get there though. I do remember that. There it is. I mean, I could cautiously attempt it. Okay, this is going against the rules that the base game established. Interesting. There we go, that must be the most direct way back. I think I may know the puzzle I'm supposed to smuggle the part out of. Although how I'm going to do that, I'm not entirely sure. What an interesting conundrum. Reverting back to my old Morrowind strategies, if you want to get up somewhere high, you just run into it jumping repeatedly until you make it up the top. It is interesting that this is elevated though, given that this is an area I could only get to once I've solved the puzzle. I mean, it might just be set dressing. But then again, it might not. Okay, for the time being, let's quickly check which other puzzles had fans, if any. That may have been it. This one did as well. In its current state, I can't get round. If I could get up there, I don't think that's the right type of fan to take apart from. But even if it were, how would I get out? I guess I'd try to go up this way, maybe? No, I'm not convinced. I think I was more likely to be correct the first time. You were correct the first time. You had the right idea too. Yes, I do appreciate the tips. Perhaps, perhaps a little less for the moment. Thank you. The way I nearly did it here, though, felt glitchy. Not like it was the intended way at all. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that does sort of work, doesn't it? It makes... It seems more deliberate from the other side, though. Oh, no worries, Eddie Morale. I know you meant well. Wish me luck. Woo! Blimey. Goodness gracious me. Well, that doesn't seem fair. Okay. So, one more star to go, and we know it's associated with one of these ones. So, recorder, connector, or fan connector. That's just connector, isn't it? Hold on, I probably should have checked for duplicates, shouldn't I? There's 2 fan connectors, but only one recorder connector and only one just connector. Hold on, is this one of the fan connectors? No. Okay. Ooh. That almost looks like an intended way to break in. But the collision boxes don't seem to be set up that way. Fair enough. Well, I've not seen a star. Hello. What have we found here? Well, I mean, it would be rude not to investigate that. Which puzzles would have visibility on it, though? This one might, actually. If I was up top. I'm glad you noticed that. It took me so long. Yeah, not the most obvious thing. But that's why I was narrowing it down to which puzzles the star was associated with. Because then I could do a more thorough search of just those puzzles, inside and out. Oh. Right, I think we'll get away with this. Looks like it. Hopefully I connected those up the right way. Excuse me? That was an odd noise. Oh! Aha! Wonderful! Thank you for the help, Admiral. It is appreciated. Right, so that's 1 complete. On to 2, I guess. I can't wait for Talos 2. Do we know anything about it yet? I mean, I would guess, but not necessarily assume that it's continuing the story of the first game. There's a trailer, okay. I still don't think we've seen a single QR code, except for the QR code that was associated with that one terminal, which I couldn't look up what it said. Oh, okay. I won't look right now, but thank you for the link. What am I missing? Ah, that goes there. Which goes here. Which goes round here. It looks amazing. I guess I could have a look at the trailer on stream. I mean, they want people to see their game, don't they? Or see the see their trailer for their upcoming game. If you'll bear with me 1 second. Then that's what we want. Okay. Let's have a quick look at this then. Oh. Hold on, you wouldn't have sound, would you? Let me see if I can do anything about that. Right, that should do it, I think. And then if I... Hold on, I wasn't prepared for this. In case you're wondering, I keep starting and stopping it to keep the audio device alive. Right, let's have a look. You should have sound now.
I can't help but notice that many of these structures are not strictly functional. There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here. This place might be meant to test us, but perhaps there's more to it than that. What are we being tested for? Our worth? Curiosity? Our persistence? And I keep thinking, why puzzles? Is it just their symbolic value? Because the thing about puzzles is that they can be solved.
Goodness. I can see they've added a fair few new puzzle mechanics. Oh dear, I didn't swap out, did I? No, I did swap out, didn't I? Yes, I did. There we go. Let me sort out your sound again. And you should have your sound back. Yeah, that does look interesting. Looks, I could see some mechanics there that reminded me a bit of portal and some mechanics there that reminded me a bit of The Witness. Should be interesting. No QR codes though, apparently. I'm sure they would show a couple if they were in the game. That's an astute observation. Perhaps they decided that they were... Blimey, this is taking a while to load. Perhaps they decided they weren't all that accessible. That is to say, a reasonable sized minority of the player base wouldn't be able to access them and would feel left out. The puzzle where they... Sorry. Admiral said of The Witness, like what? The puzzle where they were walking across the platforms which were rotating as they were going. That reminded me a bit of the puzzles that you do in the treetops in The Witness. I know it works slightly differently because in that case you are actually selecting the panels with the mouse and completing the puzzles to decide which direction the panels moved in, as opposed to just walking on the panels. But yeah, that's what that reminded me of. And I suppose also the ones in the swamp. Let's have a quick perimeter check.
The beginning word
Nope.
word.
I wonder how they're going to handle the whole walking out of bounds then. Since the whole point... Well, that was a bit harsh, but still. I barely got a warning there. Since in the first game, the whole reason why notionally you'd hear a Elohim and then everything would be rewound was because you're in a simulation. Another mysterious missile silo-like structure. Access denied. Another shield guarding a puzzle area. Very curious. Ooh! I have never seen that before. Don't like that. That could get me in trouble.
The beginning word.
If I quickly run through here... Yep, okay. I'll hope that's just an Easter egg and not somewhere I actually have to go. Take on me gets you in trouble? Well, yeah, because it's copyright protected, of course. I mean, notionally, all music in games is copyright protected and so on, but there's an unofficial accord that if people are playing a video game, then usually developers will leave them. If people are doing like a let's play online, streaming or making videos, what have you, developers will generally leave them alone, even though strictly speaking they could they don't have to. But yeah, just playing popular music, that could get me in trouble. If I didn't have the licenses, which I don't. In fact, under the circumstances, I think I will actually straight up ask you, do I have to go to that area for anything? Such as for a star? If so, I'll have to turn off the music or something. I think I've done a complete perimeter check. Co-works. Oh, it's a recorder one. A recorder puzzle. I'm not sure, but I would think otherwise. I didn't get far in Outfall because I started playing Renamo 2. So, Renamo 2. Now that is curious. Huh. And is this just set dressing, or is there a reason I can get into this little area down here? Curious. I do have a jammer. Oh, did you notice what I noticed? There are generators here. So presumably something I do at some point is... Oh, I see. Ah! So that's going to be where part of the coordination with my... other self comes in. This is going to be tricky, actually. Ah, that's clever. Although, again, that doesn't get me as far as I'd like. Although, do you reckon if I kept swapping these around... No, it's not toggling the ones further back, is it? Did these areas... No, these areas aren't accessible. Interesting. Obviously I realise I have the platform there and I could get my character up there. Is that... That looks a bit like a pressure plate. That does look a bit like a pressure plate. I suppose my future self could take the jammer with them. If that's a pressure plate, they might be able to bring down... They might be able to bring down one force field with the jammer and another by weighing it down with something. I'm not sure what though, I don't really have anything free. And there's a force field between me and what I suspect is the pressure plate. I'm just thinking, if... Imagine if the pressure plate brings down the next force field in the group of force fields. There's only one that I can see past that. So in theory, the jammer sitting on top of the pressure plate would be enough to get rid of the last two force fields. But that raises the question, how do I get rid of this one? I mean, in theory, I'd have another jammer, but that would be this jammer that would already be doing work. I don't think I have any other objects at my disposal. My past self couldn't get up there, I don't think. Only my future self. This would get duplicated. So actually I would have a heavy object that I could use to press down the pressure plate other than the jammer. But that would only work as a solution if the pressure plate actually suppressed two force fields. The force fields either side of it. Because then the other jammer would become free. Okay, how about we just try it. And see how far we get. I'm not missing anything, am I? I don't think so. No. Okay. Let's start recording. I'm not missing a colossal trick here, am I? There's not some way I can get this in here. Possibly. See, what I'm thinking is... I could have my past self pull this switch and bring all that down. That's not difficult. But this jammer ends up tied up, keeping these force fields down unnecessarily. So you might think, well, that's easy. My past self can bring the can toggle this switch whenever they need to. So it shouldn't be a limiting factor for my future self. That a jammer has to be in this corridor. But the past jammer can only block the force field that this would bring up anyway. Sorry, that this would bring down anyway. All that is to say, it would only be useful for me to bring the past jammer into here if in the past I could also have it jam a force field other than the immediate ones, which I don't think I can do. No, I don't think I can do that, so as I say, let's just try it, see what happens. So I guess I wait here for my future self to jump on board. Then I climb over here. And they can jump up there. Then what do I do now? That's a very good question. That doesn't toggle any force fields a long way off, does it? I don't think so. I don't think there is anything else my past self can do. I think I just have to wait. Okay, so future self, I want you to pick up this to use it as a weight. Drop that. Grab this. Let's make sure we have these available. Jump up here. Oh, that doesn't work. That's on me. Never mind. Yep, that's what the platform appears to be there for. Okay, then probably the most useful thing I could do is actually do this journey here several times, so that my future self can ferry several objects and if I manage to make a mistake and miss one of the opportunities to be ferried over, it doesn't matter. Right. That's probably enough of that. Just so we can be sure, I'll toggle that so that when my future self is over there, if it does do anything non-obvious in the distance, I'll be at least able to observe it. Right, that goes... This is coming with me. Over I go. Right, back down here. Pick this up. Oh. Wait, where did it go? That's where it went. No, don't leave without me. This is why we did it several times. Over here. Right, that weighs that down. Oh, it's as I feared. Right, that doesn't help at all. Wait, have I trapped myself? I think I have trapped myself. I can't get out of this, can I? No, short of a buggy interaction here, I think I'm trapped. Oh well. We'll just reset. So yeah, that puzzle works exactly the way I was afraid it works. So I suspect the end state of the puzzle is supposed to be me putting that jammer on that platform and then jamming the far force field, which is great, except it means I have to get through one of the force fields some other way. What it implies is that I can somehow have the jammer from the past jamming the third force field along. I just can't see how I would do that. So I can see how I'd get this far, but then I have the same problem I just had that forced me to reset, but in reverse. How do I get this jammer over here in the past? Because that's what it would require. These two force fields are only down because of the switch over here. Because I've turned it off. But it's that same switch that means that these force fields have come up. Which means I can't get the jammer in. If I turn this switch back on, I can get the jammer in, but then we're stuck here. And it's easy to see how I could get the future jammer through here. I've already done it, but how do I get the jammer from the past? Because it looks like I need one more jammer than I have. Tricky. I mean, strictly speaking, I can do that. But then I'm not in there, so I can't... I can't benefit from that in any way. I'm 99% certain I can't target a force field that's behind another force field. No, I can't. I mean, that's what it comes down to. If I could target a force field that's behind another force field, I think this puzzle would become trivial. I could be wrong about that. I think it would. Because if I could do that, I don't think... Oh no, it wouldn't be trivial, because I would then have the problem of having to get my past self in here and ferry my future self across. But that would require this force field to be down. Hello, what happened there? Oh no, nothing interesting. The force field got in the way and stopped the jammer from jamming anything, so that's not interesting. So what's the trick then? Welcome back, Grixis. Shopping go alright? So I was briefly thinking, could there be a multi-stage solution to this? Could it be that I have to use the recording once to ferry some items up there, and then I have to use it again Yeah, do I use the recorder once to ferry some items up there and then use it again to get myself up there and be able to do something differently with the jammer? I don't think that could be the case. The trouble is, I don't think... Okay, this is worth testing. This actually makes a big difference. Let's test this instead of just assuming this. Am I right in assuming that I can't ferry my future self over here while the force field is up? You'd assume that, but if my future self can actually hang on to like the very lip of the ledge there or something, then that makes a colossal amount of difference. No, I can't. Okay. That does suggest my way of trying to do things like this was probably correct. I think we already tested this, but another assumption worth testing is if I block one force field, yeah, that doesn't go through to the next one. As expected. How do I do it then? So I can get as far as the pressure plate, and that leaves me in the position where there is only one force field still in my way. But at that point, all my jammers are used up. Thing is, there's no way that the future jammer can be used to help the past jammer. That's really what this comes down to. To do this, my past self would have to be able to get this jammer in here somehow, and I just don't have a means to do that. Hold on, there's not... No, there's really nothing connected here, is there? Other than the things we already know about, I mean. And we know of no way of bringing down the third... No, sorry, yeah, that's the third force field, other than by using a jammer. I genuinely cannot think how to do it. Let's just try again, shall we? I'm not expecting this to miraculously work this time round. But, perhaps if we go through the motions again, something will present itself. Right, this should have presented plenty of opportunities for our future self to have made their way over there. Perhaps add a little more time to the old clock. Right, begin playback. I'll take that. Wait. I needed this as well, didn't I? Oops. Right, I can put that over here. Grab this. Over we go. Right, so I can get through here, and I can get through here, in theory. But then I'm stuck here. Hold on, I don't want to trap myself again, if I can help it. Oops. Oh, I think this is game. Grab that, dump that, grab that. Try and rush through here. And... nah, no luck. Of course that wouldn't have worked. Can you not grab it from the other side of a force field that you jammed open? Grab what? The jammer? Because I will get pulled through and the force field will come up. That's not me walking forwards. If I just look at this and I press A on the controller, my character walks forwards to pick it up. That's how the base game works. That's to prevent people from being able to cheese certain puzzles. And to be fair, it does make logical sense, because supposing this were real life, and I reached through and I grabbed that jammer, surely there's a danger the jammer comes up and then cuts my arms off or something. I suppose you could argue, why can't I manipulate this jammer in such a way that it comes through this gap and at all times is looking at the force field, but that's not how the game works. The other problem, possibly, I'm not sure, is... you may have been looking at the past jammer. And the problem is, my future self cannot interact with the past jammer. The only individual that can interact with the past jammer is my past self, as just demonstrated. So this switch does two things. It brings these two force fields down, but brings these two closest force fields here up. Those force fields have to be down, or at least one of them. One of these has to be down. For my future self to be able to go over there. No, I was referring to the one you had up there with you. Fair enough. So what this seems to come down to is I need to be able to suppress one more force field than I currently know how to do. Now, a jammer would be brilliant for that, but I only have two jammers, the past jammer and the future jammer. And the past jammer is always going to be stuck in this corridor here. Because for me to be able to... if I could get the past jammer into this room while those two force fields are down, that would be puzzle solved. But the problem is that there's no way to get the past jammer in here. That I know of. Not without using that switch, in which case there's two more force fields up over here. And the problem then is that, okay, you say... the problem then is you say, okay, well I can use the jammer here to bring down one of these force fields and then my future self can jump over without having to use the switch over here. Okay, that's true, but if my past self then hits this switch, the jammer in there's still doing nothing of use. It's jamming a force field that's already down. There's no way... What I really need to be able to do, or at least what would solve the puzzle, there may be other solutions, is if I could get the past jammer to jam that third force field. Then the future jammer could both sit on the pressure plate there and jam the next force field along. And then that would be solved. You can just live there as a doorman for the tourists. Shoot a portal in the wall, then rocket jump. Future seems a little confusing. Past and present make more sense to me. The reason I don't use present is because present is relative. When I'm recording, then everything I'm doing is in the present, but then when I'm playing back, I'm also in the present. But I just said that the stuff that I was doing before was in the present, but that's now in my past. And so I just tend to use the terms present and future as just descriptive terms of the two versions of me. I mean, I suppose I could call them anything. I could call them A and B, or I could call them blue and green, but I don't know. Past and future just seems to have been the terms I've for some reason chosen. Is this part of the original game? This puzzle isn't. These mechanics are. There's no mechanic that's used here which wasn't in the original game, but this puzzle is modded. Let's see. I've just had an idea for a whole class of solution that I hadn't considered before, so far as I'm aware. So I go through here. In fact, actually, to make this even more obvious, I'll wait a little bit of time, then I'll go through here. Why that will make things more obvious, I'll demonstrate in a moment. Then I block that. Wait a minute. Then I block that. Wait a minute. And then let's block that again. Now if I play back and now I turn that on, in theory, yeah, my past self can just pass straight through those force fields because they weren't there. Now, will this work? That does seem to work. Oh no! Okay, reset. I need to catch up. Everyone playing the fancy new variations, and I'm still working on the original. The original is very good. So can the copy of you not go through the force field that's up, even if you did do that movement but while it was down? No, the opposite. It can. The problem is, I'm not sure that actually helps. So as I discussed before, a problem here is that I cannot take the jammer and target a force field which is behind another force field so far as I'm aware. So if I try and do some jamming here, it's always going to pick the closest force field that is currently up. Now remember, I'm currently playing as past me, as you will, because this is the me that would be being recorded if I was recording right now. This is a problem because I already know that I need to bring down those two force fields using this switch. There just aren't enough jammers for me to be able to jam both those force fields and the remaining force fields. So this switch has to be pulled. But I can't pull this and have past me on this side with the jammer. What I would need is past me, that is without the benefit of any previous recording that's playing back, past me standing here with the jammer and those two force fields down. That's what I would need to solve this. So the fact that I know I can sort of like have past me walk through a force field that's up is only... I don't think it's actually... It's interesting, and I can see that you could make a puzzle where that's essential, but I don't think that's actually helping us. Yep, fair enough, Grixis. You did a good job of that up to the point where you reset it so far. Well, I've managed to get, as you've seen, to the point of only having one force field remaining. I cannot for the life of me think how to get that last one down. The clone needs to get you in, then give you a lift. Yes, I know that much. Here, I'll just show you how far I've got to. So I've solved it this far. Or I had solved it this far quite a long time ago. I actually need to have a couple of lifts, and I tend to record more than just a couple so that there's room for error. If for whatever reason I'm a little bit slow. It's not the end of the world. Right. Now we go back, turn this around, go through here, start playback. Hold on, I need that. Oops. See, that's why we record it multiple times. That is, do multiple trips above and beyond what is required. Grab that. Head up here. Over we go. This thing gets turned around. This thing goes down here. But now I'm stuck. This is where I've been stuck at for ages. Ideally, if I could get this jammer onto here and jamming forwards, I could get through both. But the trouble is, that little pressure plate doesn't also do this force field. And yes, I'm going to need to reset again. That's why I say it's almost as if I need to get my past self into here with the jammer and both those force fields down, but I just don't know how to do that. So the clone will need to flip the switch like it is now and set the jammer to jam the third one. Well, that's the problem. How do I get my past self, the clone as you put it, to jam the third one? Because, well, there's two possibilities for getting into this room. One possibility is I have the switch as it is now, and I walk through here, and I jam a force field. The problem is, in that case, it's always going to be the closest one. I can't jam a force field through another force field so far as I'm aware. Or more importantly, I can't even target one. Because of course if I could target the third one, but it wouldn't work until these two were down, that wouldn't matter. But I can't even target them. Just to demonstrate, this obviously doesn't work. If I've pulled the switch and I have no way in there, then it doesn't matter that the jammer's on the inside because I can't retarget it. The only other possibility I can think of is something like this. Now this gets my past self, my clone as it were, in here, but now the jammer's stuck. Exactly what I'm thinking. Is there a multiple recordings way of doing this? There might be. I think there is. I think I know how I do it. Would that work? I'm pretty sure that would work. Let me just think this. I think I have solved it. I'm just thinking about the exact order of operations for the first bit. I think it's actually slightly trivial. I think all I need to do is start recording, wait here for a moment, flip the switch, then flick it again. Now we continue playback. My future self goes in here, targets it, and now we've got what we want. And because I flip the switch back, I have a way back. Now, because we've established that my past self can go through force fields if the force fields weren't there when I was recording, I'm still in a position to ferry myself over. So I just record here, and I pick myself up, I go over here, and just as before, I'm going to do this an excessive number of times. How does my future self get in here, though? Have I mucked up? Hold on, I think I may have mucked up. Let me think this through. Because if my future self hits that, they can't then get in. That's the problem. It's almost as if my past self has to hit that, but then they can't be doing the ferrying. Because as we established before, this surface is sheer. There's not like a half an inch of lip there that my future self can stand on while they wait for that force field to go down. What if you just leave that platform in this room in the first place instead of by the recorder? I don't think the platform's position makes a difference. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because I think I can always... if I can get through this corridor, I can always bring the platform with me. So this only worked because I was able to set up my future self to be targeting the third force field here. Which means I'm pretty sure I cannot touch the jammer now. Not without messing up that setup. That's what making 2 recordings instead of 1 has gained us. But then the question becomes, how do I ferry myself across? My future self needs to use the jammer to jam this force field, but then how are they going to pick it up? They're going to pick it up, hopefully, over the side here, if they can reach it, after the switch over here's been switched. That should work, I think. Right, let's find out. Oh, no worries, Admiral. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. So again, I'll record myself doing this a few times. Good. Drop this here for now. Swap this. Right, now my future self can now pick up the jammer they set up before. They should already have a copy of the platform with them for weighing down the pressure plate, although I don't think they actually need it now. I think with this solution we've solved that problem. They only need the jammer. And just to make sure I have a way back in case this doesn't work, I'll swap that round again. Right, I will take this with me. Right, hold on. No, I need this really, really close so that I can pick it up when the switch is toggled. Right, I can jump over here now. I'm not going to pick this up yet, but in theory I could try. So I've got everything I need. I just wait here. There we go. Now I pick this up. No! Of course that would happen. Of course it would happen. I'm gonna have to reset because I can't get the platform back. Oh wait, can I? I think I've just solved it in my head though. I think I see what the final trick is. No, I definitely can't. No, I don't. I don't know what the final trick is. I was just thinking, if my past self hit the switch early, my future self could go all the way over there. And then the switch could be hit again, letting my past self back in. But that's not going to help. Because fundamentally the problem was I didn't have a way of getting the jammer up there. If it was being used for jamming. The only way I'm getting the jammer up there is if my future self is carrying it when they jump on the platform and are ferried over there. That means both we need a force field down, at least one, so that there's enough space for us to be over there. And we also need our past self to be able to enter the room, which implies that the switch is down. Well, it could be used for jamming, then the clone flips a switch so there is no need to jam, then you can pick it back up. Well, that's the problem, I can't pick it up from down below, that's what went wrong. That's what I just tried, and the game just hurled me over the ledge, which is fair. It's obviously the same logic as why I can't pull a jammer through. In fact, it's probably the exact same game logic. The game logic is something like, player tries to pick up object, check if we consider them to be close enough. In particular, pay attention to whether there's any... No, in fact, it always does it, isn't it? It just says walk towards the object you're trying to pick up. So presumably you have to be within a certain distance of the object before the game will let you lift it. And if you happen to be above it, then you'll walk forwards and fall down. I feel like it was jamming when you tried to pick it up because the second gate was up. No, it wasn't. I'd already hit the switch and the second gate was definitely down. We could engineer that situation just to demonstrate quite easily. Right, begin recording. Ferry myself over. Pick myself up. Go over here. Go back. Use the switch. And play back. So if I go over here, we'll wait for that to go down. Now I pick it up and I fall down. So I liked the idea of using two recordings. The first recording to get the jammer to jam the force field we need it to jam. But the problem was a past self couldn't then ferry us over. So this is an important point. The we have to have the past jammer jamming the third force field at the same time as our future self has the future jammer up top. And that's what we're currently unable to do. Okay, there has to be something easy that we're missing. Possibly. Sometimes it works out that way, sometimes it doesn't. There is this area over here I haven't figured out what it's here for, unless it's just decoration. I think it is just decoration though. So I guess another point to consider is it's all very well and good noticing that our past selves can travel through a force field if it wasn't there when they were there, but if my future self brings up a force field... Hang on. Right. Jammer in the past is jamming third force field. We know how to set that up now using another recording. Then, future self, first thing they do is they pick up the jammer and they open that up. Then they turn the... Then they flip the switch. Ah, but then they can't get the jammer in. That's the problem with this. Our future self would have the jammer trapped in this corridor. What if... I suppose what I'm exploring is the fact that it doesn't, strictly speaking, have to be the past us that flips that switch. It could be the future us. But as I say, the jammer then gets stuck in this little corridor, which isn't much use. So past us could flip the switch that then creates enough room up there for us to travel there, to jump over onto the ledge, but then they can also be ferrying us at the same time. And past us cannot use the jammer to get through here, because the jammer has to be jamming the third force field the whole time. So the whole jammer is denied to past us effectively. Using this particular, following this particular branch of reasoning, there may be other rather different solutions. How was it we were able to jam the third force field? It was because future us could set the jammer up, and then past us could flip the switch to let us out. And then when the recording ends, the jammer's still where it was left. You were in there while your clone flipped the switch, yeah. So I can't... it really is the case that if I were to try something like that, that the jammer would be denied to past us. I just don't see how we would cover this height without the assistance of our past self holding up the platform, though. I've had a really daft idea. This might lead nowhere. Just out of curiosity, can we deposit the jammer up here? I don't think we can. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, that was worth checking anyway. Okay, could I be barking up the wrong tree with the idea of having this jammer set up to jam the third force field at the start? I doubt it, because how else are we going to have it target the third force field? We've already discussed the problems with having force fields in the way. So I'm pretty sure I could get our future selves up here with the switch pulled and with the past jammer jamming the third force field, so to be able to get all the way over to the pressure plate, but that solution would have the disadvantage that the jammer would be stuck here in the corridor, which isn't much help. But supposing I did that, is there any long-term benefit to that? If all that is set up, what would happen if I did that is that as soon as the recording ended, the jammer in the past, which is holding down the third force field, would disappear, the third force field would come back up, and then I would be trapped on the inside with no jammer. So no, that doesn't help. Or if I was on the other side, I wouldn't be trapped, but I'd have gained nothing. Hold on. I was just wondering if I could use the platform to get over these force fields another way. But even if I could, I'm not sure it would help. Are there only 4 gates up there? 5, I think. There's 2 here. There's 1 behind it, and then there's 2 more behind that. Plus, of course, the 2 down here. I can't see anything useful through here, can I? No. I think I've solved it. Could be wrong, but I think I've solved it. Right, so I start recording. So the setup's the same as we were thinking before. So this is all to let future me jam the third force field. Right. That's the third force field being jammed, and then we make our way back. Thank you. Right. Just thinking about the order I have to do things. Oh. I think this will work, but there's quite a few steps. So I think what I need to do is future me needs to grab the jammer, jam the first force field. Then they need to be ferried over. Then past me needs to hit the switch. Sorry, they need to be ferried over with the platform on them. Then they need to be ferried over. Yeah, sorry, they're ferried over with the platform on them. Then they need to put the platform on the future platform on the pressure plate. That brings down 4 force fields. Then they need to come back over, which means that these force fields still need to be down. Then they need to pick up the future jammer. Then these force fields need to be... They pick up the future jammer, the force field still needs to be down. They then jam the 5th one. Then the force fields come back up. Past me then needs to adjust the jammer. Could that be right? Hold up. No, I don't think that does work. I don't think that works because I don't think I can then get up top. I would draw a top-down diagram for visual aid. Not a bad idea. Yeah, we run into the old problem that the past us can't both be suppressing the 2 force fields up there, which let us onto the ledge, at the same time as also being in here to ferry us across. Not unless they stop jamming the 3rd force field. But in the solution I just came up with, the future jammer is being used to jam the 5th force field. So if we use the past jammer to block the 1st so that we're able to be ferried across, nothing is jamming the 3rd one. So that doesn't work. Hold up. Supposing I left it in that state. So I just said I could set it up so that I'm pretty sure I could have it set up so that future me is standing down here and all the force fields are down. But these force fields are up. The jammer's going to be jamming the 5th force field. Now supposing past me were to flip the switch and future me were to walk out here so that they can't be trapped. Then we could record again. Past me could flip the switch. Future me walks in. The jammer's currently trying to jam the 5th one, but the third one's up, so then we use that jammer to jam the third. I think this would work, although it would require 3 recordings to actually pull it off. That's not jamming anything right now, is it? Okay, we'll have to try this, see if I've actually found a solution or not. Right. So start recording. Oh, maybe did I have that set up? Oh well, it's definitely set up now. Right, let me think this through one last time. So what has to happen? Future me needs to jam the first force field, then get ferried across. So that means past me has to come in here and ferry them across. Then past me has to flip the switch. Future me goes over. With the platform, they have to remember to take with them. And then they press down the pressure plate. Then they go back. And then they adjust the jammer to jam the 5th force field. And then past me has to flip the switch again. So what's past me doing? Past me is coming in here, ferrying me across, flipping the switch, waiting a long old time, and then flipping the switch again. I think that's right. Okay. So we start recording. As usual, we'll do the ferry across a few times, just in case I happen to mess up and miss it. Right, I should absolutely be across there by now. Now I go over here and flip the switch. Now I wait a long time. Wait, that's not working, is it? That wasn't jamming. I don't know why that wasn't jamming. That should have been jamming. Hold on, that's just invalidated everything. Let's try setting that up again and seeing if we can figure out why that didn't work. What do I need to do? I just flip that switch, don't I? Right, that is definitely jamming. Now, when the force field comes up, it should stop jamming, but I was under the impression that if I flip that again... Yeah, that is working now. I don't know why that didn't work before. Oh well. It is what it is. Right, first job was to ferry me across, wasn't it? So we'll wait here. And head over here. And do that a couple more times. Right, I should certainly have got over there by now. Next job is to flip the switch. And that has worked. Right, so future me at this point needs to go over there with the platform that they remembered to pick up, deposit it on the pressure plate, then they come back, and then they move the future jammer so that it's pointing at the 5th force field. We'll just give ourselves plenty of time, because why not? Okay, and then we hit that, and we leave. Right, so hold on, where's that platform? There it is. We go through here. Oh, I missed a step. That needs to go there. That's why we did the whole ferrying across multiple times, because accidents happen. Right, I can get across here now. Right, now we just wait here. And hopefully past me will let us through. Good. That goes on there. Hold on, is that actually weighing anything down? Right, that's down. So the 5th one's there. Then we go back over here. And then we jam that one. Good. I'll just fast forwards a little bit. While past me does a strange little dance. And we're out. Good. Right, what's the final step? I hope that jammer's still actually doing its job and we haven't got that weird bug. Right, so the final stage is... I suppose the final stage is past me flips the switch, while future me moves the jammer to jam the 3rd force field again. Then past me switches flips the switch again. Oh, I don't have the platform because I used it to weigh down. Oh no. I don't have the platform to let myself over there because I used it to weigh down the pressure plate. Ah. I could have worked around that. It would mean a few more steps, but I could have worked around that because I could have had past me ferry myself over again with the past platform, and then I could have picked up the platform and walked back. Okay. I guess that's what we have to do. Alrighty then. So, first things first. Right, over we go. Right, that's done. Good. Right, let me think about this. What's past me got to do? Ferry me across, flip the switch, wait a long time, flip the switch again, ferry me across again, and then... end the recording. Alright. We can do that. So. Same as before. Ferry me across. We'll do this a few times. Just in case. Good, hopefully I'm across by now. Then I flip the switch. We fast forward a bit. Make sure I've given myself plenty of time. Then we flip the switch again, and this was the crucial step I missed before. I need to ferry myself across again so that I can pick up the platform I left up there. Right, hopefully that worked. And we can go back. Right, pick up the platform. Head over here. I need to move that so it's blocking the jamming the first force field. Right, we head over here. Now we just wait a bit. Right, we head over here. Good. Now we head over here. Ah, but these force fields are going to come back up. So I won't be able to get over there. That's a problem. That is a problem. Alrighty. I don't think that works because the end state... it certainly is, Sprocket. Because the end state there was supposed to be having the jammer jam the 5th force field. But I need... I can do it along the lines that I was thinking, but I missed an important step. I should have had my power self also adjust the jammer before they moved me across. Alright. And then they need to hit the switch again and give myself time to bring the platform back. Okay. This is fine. We can work with this. Right. I need this to jam the 3rd force field. Good. Back we go. Right, next bit. What I need to do, ferry me across. Use the switch. Wait. Use the switch again. Move the jammer. Ferry me across. Oh, but will that work? Because now there will be nothing jamming the 3rd force field. Although... no, that's right, there would be nothing jamming the 3rd force field in that case, so I wouldn't then be able to get to the platform. The platform that I left on the pressure plate. Which is a problem. Yeah, it's just a general problem that I need a jammer jamming the third one, don't I? This would be so much easier if I could just get the future jammer up top while the past jammer's jamming the third. Because then I wouldn't need to get the platform up there at all. I could just use the jammer itself as a weight. That is to say, the jammer could take down 2 force fields in one go. One by virtue of being on the pressure plate, and one by virtue of being a jammer. I think that's got to be the intended solution, thinking about it. Because the pressure plate and the force field at the end really do seem like they're they go together. It is such a elegant solution to have one jammer on the pressure plate that's also jamming the next force field along, and that is a technique that is in the base game, I'm pretty sure. But if that's what the future jammer's doing, then the only thing that could possibly be jamming the third force field is the past jammer. Thinking about it, have I ever managed to get the jammer up top? Did I have a method for doing that? If the past jammer was jamming the first force field, I could get up there with the jammer. I think that's how my initial solution worked, wasn't it? Is that jamming the third force field right now? It is. But that was the issue. I didn't know how to get past the third force field. Without using the future jammer, which I really needed to get onto the other side of that force field. And as we've discussed, you can't really pull jammers past force fields. You need to bring down the force field somehow and then carry the jammer across. So if I was jamming the first force field, got myself across there, then past me pulls a switch, both of those force fields go down. I've got a jammer in my hand, I can jam the third force field and walk through there, but I can't take the jammer with me. And there's no way I can get the past jammer at that point to point to the third force field. I could leave the jammer up there. But that doesn't seem like a good strategy. Because I'd have no way of accessing it. I could turn it around. I could have it on the other side pointing at the first force field. That would let me up there. I don't think I'd be any better off doing that than I would be having this jammer point to the first force field right now. I don't think having the jammer in that gap there pointing at the first force field is in any way better. So I get through the first two force fields and I have the jammer in my hand. Then what? Wait, maybe there is an advantage to having the jammer up top, looking at the first force field, because I can pick it up without going down the bottom. But then, is that a big deal if I can't turn it around? No, the sort of solution I'm looking at only works if I can have the past gem pointing at the third force field. The third one can only be turned off by a jammer, so far as I'm aware. I mean, if there were another way to do it, that would probably mean the solution to the puzzle. But I'm not aware of any way to do it. As far as I'm aware, there are two force fields that can only be brought down by jammers, the third and the fifth. And that's what we're struggling on. How do I end up in the situation where one of the jammers is pointing at the third and the other one's pointing at the fifth, and my character is up top? Because, for example, as the jammer is right now, it's pointing at the third force field. So if I flip the switch, the first three go down. That's brilliant. If I could get a jammer through those three, I think I would have this solved. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's the case. But the issue is, with the jammer in that position, how can I have my past self ferry my future self across, like so, but at the same time my future self have the jammer in their hand and for them to be able to have somewhere to go, because as long as that force field's up, there's nowhere for them to land. If I flip this switch, then my past self can't get through to ferry my future self across, and if my future self deploys their future jammer to suspend this force field while they jump across, well then the jammer's stuck down below and they can't use it. You'll likely need to switch the gate a few times as the clone, in between giving yourself a lift. That's possible, but again it doesn't change the fact that I'm not aware of a way that I can... I'm not aware of a way that my past self can give myself a lift over here and have this force field down so that my future self could get over there without having one of the two jammers deployed to jam this force field. And that's a problem. Because one of the jammers needs to be jamming the third one, and the other one needs to be in my future self's hand. If it's in my future self's hand, then it must be the future jammer, so the past jammer has to be jamming the third force field. There's not some way I can get height here, is there? As my past self. If I could get slightly higher up, I could easily jam the third. Without having to do all that setup. I don't think I can though. So if you'll recall, my original strategy for trying to do this, I didn't have the past jammer jamming the third force field. I had the jammer in here, which allowed my past self to come in here while this switch was flicked to the off position. I say the off position, the red position. But that meant I couldn't also be jamming the third force field at the same time. The past jammer was completely tied up in this corridor. My future self could jam the third force field, but then it couldn't be in their hand at the time. Yep, still here, adding morale. And no real appreciable progress. I tried a slightly different approach and it didn't work. It seemed like it might work, but it ultimately came down to that third force field again. Not being able to keep it down when I need it down. I know enough that if I could get my future self up there with a jammer in hand, with the first 3 force fields down, then it's solved. Because I just stick the jammer on the pressure plate and jam the final force field, and we're through. So the question really just comes down to, how can I have my future self up there with jammer in hand and 3 force fields down? It doesn't work to only have the first two down, because then the only way through the third is to use the jammer, in which case I can't take it through to the other side. I suppose if I could think of a way to get my past self in here and able to jam the third force field without having to do this setup, which means the jammer's not available for anything else, that would work. Because one of the things that is restricting us is that with the current solutions we've been looking at, this jammer is completely assigned to jamming the third force field in the past when I'm recording. So I can't, for example, temporarily bring down the first force field to let my future self through. That's really restricting. You can get the first couple of barriers down with the switch, correct? Yes. Like so, but then I can't get in. I could have the jammer in the corridor here and then let myself through, but if I do that, then I can't then use the jammer for jamming any of the force fields here. It's just trapped in the corridor. There's nowhere high up out here that I can get to that's useful, is there? It's not like I'm supposed to pick up my future self here and then ferry them out here to do something really non-obvious. If the switch is off in the future and your past self presses it, does it go to the opposite direction always? Or does it keep memory of the toggle your past self got? The game will record whatever my past self did and then replay it regardless of what the present state of the system is. So if I brought these force fields up, but they weren't up when my past self travelled through them, and my past self will just walk straight through the force fields. But that's less useful than you might think it is. The reason that's less useful than you might think it is because my future self brings up this force field. How do they then get through? They have no way to get through, and if I put the future jammer in here so that they could make a path for themselves through, well, now the future jammer's tied up in the corridor and can't be used for anything. At most, I could use that approach to get my future self over into the central area up here past the first three force fields, but without a jammer, which doesn't help. I'm just asking, so it has to have it do with getting a past self inside while the barriers are down, right? The first couple of barriers, I mean. This is true. Yes, this is true. I'd been considering similar possibilities as well, but I couldn't see a way to make it work. Another problem with that is the ultimate goal is to get my future self up top, past the first three force fields with the jammer. Well, that means the future jammer is in my future self's hands, which means the past jammer has to be the jammer that brings down the third force field. Well, the problem with that is that there's no way for my past self to target the third force field directly, because either the switch is in one position, in which case they can't get in, or the switch is in the other position, in which case they can't target the third force field. It's a tricky one. Oh, you see it. You can make a first copy just to pass through the barrier. Sorry, a first recording. Which barrier? Then you can straight up jam the third, right? That's what I've got so far. If you'll notice that the third one's gone down. That's because I have the jammer set up to exactly as you've described. At least I think exactly as you've described. The problem with this is it completely ties up. Incidentally, I wouldn't be surprised if this is part of the actual solution. But the problem this creates is that this jammer ends up being completely consigned to just sitting there in the past, keeping the third one down when the switch is toggled. I can't. My past self cannot move this jammer without losing the ability to jam the third force field. But then that's really limiting on my past self, because my past self can't, for example, then jam the first force field to let my future self over. My future self could use their jammer to jam the first force field, and I've done that before, but if I do that, then they can't then pick up their jammer. Hello Yisha, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Wait, so you have to start by toggling the switch again, no? In your recording. Well, it depends. What I had been doing is I had my future self come in and then pick up the future jammer and jam the first one, and then I would get my past self to ferry my future self across over here. They could jump over, then my past self could run out here and hit the switch, and then my future self would be able to get through the first 3 force fields. But they don't have the jammer, because their jammer is still jamming the first force field, even though it's down. And if they try to pick it up, then they fall off the ledge, because that's how the game works. No, I don't have to start by hitting the switch in the recording. Because even if my future self made it through here before my past self hit the switch, there's not a lot they can do until the past self ferries them across anyway. And that's another one of the problems I have. I can't both have this switch in the red position and have my past self on the other side to ferry my future self across. The only way I can sort of do that is, well, I say sort of do that, the only way I can do that I'm aware of, is if I use this jammer in this corridor to give my past self a way through with this switch in this position, because obviously you can have the jammer jam the first one and then you walk through and then you turn it around and you walk out here. But if I do that, then the jammer isn't jamming the third force field. It's a problem. I don't suppose these hieroglyphics happen to show the solution, do they? That sure would be convenient. I'll repeat that, please. Right, so past self flicks a switch. The first 2 force fields go down, and if the jammer over there is correctly set up, then the third force field goes down as well. The problem is, my future self has no way over there, while my past self is trapped over here. My past self has to be able to walk through here so that they can ferry my future self across. But my future self can't get over there while this is up. So some jammer has to be used to keep this down. The only other possibility is if I have a jammer in this corridor, then I can have the jammer jam this force field while it's down, flick the switch, this stays down because it's being jammed, my past self can then turn the jammer around, and then they can walk in the room even though this switch is in the red position. Great, you say, because those 2 jammers are, the first 2 force fields are down and my past self is in the room, so they can ferry my future self across. Right, brilliant, except for the fact that now the past jammer is stuck in this corridor and can't be moved out of it, which means that it isn't set up to jam the third force field. So I now don't have a way across the first force field without using the future jammer, in which case I can't bring the future jammer to the other side of the third force field, which was the whole point in the first place. Do let me know if that still doesn't make sense. I do appreciate this isn't the easiest topic to talk about. Can you do a recording again? Do you mean to demonstrate or just in general? Like, let's see where it goes wrong. Well, I presented a few possibilities there, but I can certainly show you one of the ways it can go wrong. So I start recording. I head in here, I ferry myself across. We'll do this 2 or 3 times, just so that if I happen to miss it the first or second time, I'm not stuck. Right, wonderful. I now head back, flick the switch, and now we start playing back. So my future self goes through here. Now, as I say, there's a few ways this can go wrong. So, one way this can go wrong is I jump on here and I have no way across. What I can do is I can block that. Oh, I've missed my chance. I was going to say, I block that, I jump up there, but the problem is the jammer's still down here. I get up there, the jammer doesn't. Is that still set up to... That's not doing the third one. For some reason, I think if the jammer's too close, even though it was jamming the third one originally, it doesn't go back to doing so. I have no idea why that's a thing. Because it's supposed to remember its state. Right, hopefully that's worked. That has worked. I might be wrong about why that wasn't working. Maybe it was something to do with having 2 jammers right next to each other or something, but in any case, it's working now. It's quite the head scratcher, isn't it? So in theory, if I could get my past self in here with the switch in the red position and the jammer on the third force field, then that would be this puzzle solved. That doesn't mean that is how this puzzle's solved. There could be other ways it could be done, but that would do it. I'm so invested now. Unfortunately, this may turn into another one that I have to come back to. This is becoming Gehennical beam trick all over again. Look at that moon. Little marble in the sky. It baffles me that this is so hard. It doesn't look so at all. Well, I could be the problem. I do have a way of making things harder than they need to be. Perhaps the problem's that I'm trying to go through here when I should really be using the escalator around the side. What was this one even called? Co-works. It did occur to me that I could try and do something a bit fancy, like have my past self lift my future self up, and then my future self can see potentially over some force fields and target another one or something like that. But I don't think that's going to lead to a solution, because I need the future jammer in my hand. It's the past jammer that could do with having a way to target the third one. The third force field. We're probably missing some funky interaction with the jammers. It's possible. Hold up. I've just had a thought. Maybe I should go up there and just have a really good look at that third generator, the third force field generator, and make absolutely certain there's no other way of bringing it down once I'm over there. I'll probably go up there and then realise, oh wait, there's a switch on the side of the wall that I never noticed before. We'll just build up lots of time so that I can have a very leisurely look. Wait, it's jamming the third barrier and the couple before it go up again. Is it jamming anything, or does it stop it jamming at all? I believe when the two force fields that are closest go back up, the jamming ceases, but then it continues the jamming it was originally doing. Once the force fields go down again. If that answers your question. Right, let's have a good look at you. Is there anything I've missed here? I don't think there is. It does seem like this is just a force field that has to be jammed. I know I can keep this one down with weight. Yeah, I can't just dash through there. Even if I could, I don't think it would help. I'm just thinking about those far ones as well. There's no wires coming off of them. I have wondered what this fancy grid is about. I mean, I can't interact with it, so I assume it's just there. As set dressing and nothing else. But it is unusual. I hope I remember to switch that back after I'd finished. I think I did. Oh well. I'd better set this one up to jam the third one again. That might be a little too close. There we go, that should do. Good. So that should all be the way it was before. Looks that way. Have you tried messing with the switch, like leaving it on off during your recording? Maybe during your present time too, I don't know. Not particularly, but only because I'm fairly confident it only does the things that I'm already aware of. One of the earliest things I did when I encountered this puzzle was once I'd got to the middle bit, I had my past self switch I had him toggle the switch to see if it had any effect over there that wasn't obvious, and I didn't see anything. So while I haven't, you know, like turned it on and on and on and off and on and off all over and over again, I'm pretty certain it just does what you think it does, or what one thinks it does. But to achieve that would need some... Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of unblocking the first two barriers in the present so that the past gemmer is clear to gem the third barrier. But to achieve that would need some kind of interaction between the past switch and the present switch. I mean, that would sort of work, but to make that happen, as you described, all that would mean is that my future self, or present, as you've been calling them, would be the one to pull the switch, which I can do but then I've just blocked my entry. It's true to say that doing it this way round, it makes it very easy for my past self to do the ferrying. But then how do I get in? One idea is you put the gemma in the middle and go through that way. But if you do that, then you've just tied up the gemma and have no way of bringing it with you up top. Your past self can block you, so I'm assuming you can also unblock yourself if he leaves you blocked at some point? No, I can't. If my past self leaves the switch in the red position while I'm over here, I just have to reset. I have no ability to unblock myself. In theory, if the gemma are in the middle here and already gemming this, I could walk out. But again, that means that the gemma is already spoken for. If he leaves it red and you turn it on, you can walk in and out, right? If it's on the green position, yes, I can walk in and out. So if he leaves it on, you can turn it off too, I'm assuming. Yes, I can turn it to the red position, but only if I'm on this side. Which is then going to make it very difficult for me to also be on the other side and be ferried across. But yes. I feel like I'm so close. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Yes, I've had that feeling for a while now. I'm going to work on this when I get the chance. I'm about to be late because of this. I'm this invested, I swear. Oh no, don't ruin your sleep patterns, your sleep cycle just for me. I'll probably stop in about 5 minutes or so, even if I haven't got the solution, to be honest, and then just come back to it tomorrow. For those that are interested, I will be streaming tomorrow. Oh no, it's about 6 PM here. Don't worry about that. Oh right. I don't know a great deal about Brazil, but that's interesting. So, if the solution... Okay, is it possible there's any solution to this which doesn't involve me having the carrying the jammer through the first 3 force fields? I think there is, but we looked at this before. In theory, if the past jammer was on the 3rd force field, and I managed to get a weight onto the pressure plate to bring down the 4th one, such as this platform in the future, and I had the jammer down bottom on the 5th, that would work. Why did that not work when I tried it? I remember why it didn't work when I tried it, because I did manage to get to the point where I had the pass jammer on the third force field, a weight on the pressure plate, and the future jammer on the fifth force field, but once I reached that point, I then couldn't make it across. And the reason I couldn't then make it across was because my pass self could only come in, bearing in mind the pass jammer was completely consigned to keeping the third force field down. They could only come across when they had the switch in the green position, but in which case this force field was up, so my future self couldn't jump over. As I say, the future jammer was being used to keep down the fifth force field. That's why that didn't work. Here's a hypothetical. Would that help? No, I don't think that would help. Oh, no worries, Eddie Morale. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. I think I'll do about 5 more minutes of this, seeing if I can come up with a solution, and if by, I don't know, well, it's 10 o'clock where I am, or very close to. If by 10:05 I haven't got a solution, then I think I'll end the stream there. Oh, goodness me, Isha. You poor thing. Don't stay up on my account. So what was I saying? The problem with thinking I'm going to use the future jammer to jam the fifth force field without bringing it through without having it on top, is I then have no way back up top. Which is less than ideal. Did I figure out a way I could get the jammer up there? Yes, I did. Just I can't have it jamming. I can't have it then. If I get the jammer up there, it's the third force field is not down. I can't have a jammer down here on the third force field and have a jammer up there. That was the problem. Because one or the other jammer, whether the past or future, has to bring down the first jammer for my past self to be able to ferry myself across. Unless I put one of the jammers in the corridor here, in which case I lack I again lack a jammer to bring down the third. Is there a way round that? So my past self only has two ways through here. Either having the switch in the green position, or having a jammer permanently positioned in the middle. I can get a jammer up here, but if I do that, through whichever method, there's two methods, I can't have the third force field being suppressed. Not in the past. I could do it in with the future jammer, but then I can't carry the future jammer across. The only way I've discovered to get the past jammer to jam any force field other than the first two is if I set it up using a different recording and then I let the recording come to an end, like I've got set up right now. No, I don't have a solution tonight, I'm sorry to say. I hope that wasn't too boring. Spending hours and hours on the same puzzle and not even getting it. Still, looking at the time, I really do need to stop now. I'll be streaming again tomorrow from 4 o'clock British Summer Time, and I'll be continuing with more of the same. More of, what's this called? Outfall. I'll be continuing with more Outfall. I'll also be streaming on Monday and next Friday, at least that's the plan. Should that change, I will announce it on Twitter and our Discord server. Oh, thank you, Yisha. The same to you. I hope you have a I hope you have a wonderful night. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to announce. So, yeah, once again, I wish you all a wonderful night and good night.